Hey, 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 hey. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Whoop. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Bat time. Hi, Koishi. Hi, Crimson. I saw you all in the waiting chat. Also, hi, Heaven Girl. Unfortunately, I did have to time you out because no advertising in chat. But I'm glad to have you here regardless. Did someone say bat? Yeah. Yeah. We're making a bat Pokemon today. And it's gonna be an interesting one. And so I've never done. Can his name be Bruce? I mean, you can nickname him that if you want to. I don't see why you can't, you know? But yeah, we're gonna be doing a bat Pokemon. It's going to be an electric bat Pokemon, so it's gonna be fun. I've been honestly pondering this guy's model for like ever because I'm like, I have no idea how I'm going to model this thing because of how like weird it is. Because it would honestly be a lot easier if I could like dynamically change his like texture. Unfortunately, I don't think I can do that with animations, so I'm just going to have to like make extra pieces of him that like swap seamlessly with other pieces. I don't know. It's going to be very strange. You're modeling a pterosaur literally right now, and I imagine bats would have the same problem with that funky wing membrane. Well, I was actually wondering how I was gonna do the wings. The wings, honestly, are gonna be the biggest issue, and so to help us figure that out, right? I have enlisted the help of a good friend of mine, that being Zubat. We're going to use Zubat's model as reference for this project. And I genuinely want to get as much done with this Fakemon as possible today. Like, it would be awesome if we could get the entire thing done in one sitting, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that. Especially with the amount of animations we're going to do. But, before stream, I went up and pulled up this guy. So we're going to use his model as a reference and kind of... I don't know. We're just going to use it to like... Yeah, Zubat's animations are amazing. Like, look at these. They're so seamless and nice. Like, and also, look at this. They're putting like full-on syntax into the animation, like keyframe instructions. What is keyframe instructions? Hello? I guess these are like, I guess those are sounds, yeah. Wings folded. Yeah, they do cosine stuff. Checks a bottle, puts it into a gun. Bad, heavy music plays. Missed, match, bad, fine. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Jotro's here. Hi, Jotro. How are you? How are you? Good to see ya, good to see ya. But yeah, obviously we're not gonna do, like, math, because I don't know how to do math. I'm, well, okay. It's a Common Writer thing. I figured. Really tired? Classic. Glad to see you're doing pretty decently. Let me send it, because it's so good. Alright, bet. But, I noticed that this guy does the same kind of thing that, like, the bird Pokemon do, where he has, his wings when they're open, and then also his wings when they're, like, folded up. I didn't actually notice that. But that's cool. Oh! That actually gives me a really good idea. Sorry, I just peeked the microphone when I said, oh! But, every time you hear the music, you automatically go to crack your neck. Zubat also has wing beat noises, like, come on. Yeah! That's something they did in the latest Cobblemon update. They give a bunch of, like, winged Pokemon, like, noises when they flap their wings. And I definitely want to do something like that. I don't know if I'll just steal the existing sound effects, or, like, find my own. Probably the former, because they're already built into the mod, you know? But I definitely want to do something like that. For, like, Hatchick and this guy. But, we're gonna go ahead and get started with this, honestly. Speaking of Cobblemon, you got Hisui and Zarua. Nice! Nice, 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 nice. I'm gonna add a reference image real quick. We're gonna add the dude that we're working on today. Boop! There he is. This is Chirpera. This is the Pokemon that I spent literally like a month like struggling to design. It's level 100. Oh. How did that happen? Alright. Speaking of Cobblemon, give me a minute or two. I'm restarting the server. Fair enough. You got a shiny unknown? That's funny. Unknowns can spawn at like any level, including 100. Oh, you know what? That makes a little more sense. Alright, I'm thinking I want Chirpera's eyes to be this big. I was thinking originally I wanted them to be like a 2x3, but I don't think that looks as good. So I'm gonna do just like this. Making them incredibly good for level grinding. I guess that was why Yuna was in the end so much, right? Because she was grinding levels as well. Also, as normal, got another starter. Yep. The classics we've come to expect from Crimson Raptor. Alright, I want to do something fancy for his head, I think. Boop, boop, boop. Second stage of Torterra. Okay. That's pretty nice, actually. So one more and that line's done. That's right. You're honestly... Like, I think it's super impressive what Crimson's been doing on the server. He's been, like, grinding out the, like, a living dex. And it's kind of insane. Gotta say. Alright, how do I want to do this? Maybe, like, this, and then... At this point, you might have to go for the Shining Living Dex. I don't think you have to do that to yourself, but you know what? You really wanna. Alright, so for his head, I'm gonna kind of go for what Mareep does with Mareep's head, where it's kind of slanted like this. And then... You've got so many channel points. Boop. And have a mustache. I guess I got a mustache now. You have 5 grand. That's crazy. I would also tilt this part upward, but I don't know how that would look. We can try it. Just like that much. Well, I guess I'm hydrating now. I'm gonna have to raise the points because of you, Crimson. Alright, hydration complete. But, like, you see what I'm going for here? It's kind of like, I want his head to kind of be shaped like this, but I don't know how to exactly do that. I think to start with, I'll just make it flat, kind of. And I think it's gonna go upward rather than downward. It's not my fault you don't have many redeems. I don't know. Okay, here's the thing. I'm not super familiar with like Twitch culture in general, so I don't know like what redeems I would even add. You know? So like if you got any ideas for redeems, we can go ahead and add redeems, you know? A bark one? I'm not gonna add a redeem for me barking, I'm sorry. It's just not something that's gonna happen. Because with Mareep's head, it does this kind of a thing, but then it like goes back into like a bigger thing in the back, and I don't think we can do that with our texture. What we could do though, you'd always have a chibi version of your avatar and use that as redeem. Do you think I could like live 2D a full like chibi character? That would take so long. But it is an idea, I guess. I think this method of going about this might be a little too complicated. Boop, 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 doo. Because he's kind of got a snoot, right? Okay, Jojo. We don't need to. We don't. You know? If you wanted to bark it. No. 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 You can't make me. It's been a while. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. We're getting a little, we're getting a little, I don't know. Quick, find more weaknesses. Alright. Well, I guess this is how this stream is gonna go today. Boop, boop. How big should the ears be? The ears seem like they're going to be quite large. Ba-doo, 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 ba-doo. Do why not? You've got to be chat fighting over me as usual. I'm just that high in demand, you know? I get it. Because I imagine for the texture, I'll just like throw a texture template onto this right now. I'm imagining for the ears, it'll kind of look like this sort of a deal, you know? Whoop, whoop. Okay, maybe not like this. This is kind of... I don't know, something like that. You know? You're not the only one who has access to them after screen. Okay, dude. Imagining the ears will look like this, and then, like... after that, like, this part will be yellow, you know? Maybe, I don't know. We could also just go super detailed. That's another option. I'm gonna actually start from the first little spot. Boop, boop, okay. And by first little spot, I mean the body. Boop. Can't wait to see the cute little bat, right? He's gonna be awesome. I can't lie though, he's like really hard to figure out in terms of like proportions and such. You probably have to leave in a bit, you got more work to do and then get up in 6 hours. Ouch. Neon, did I ever send you their dex entries? I don't think you did, no. How dare you? How dare you not send the dex entries, by the way. I'm kidding. We can give him like a neck that's kind of like this big. Whoop. It's not, and you're stressed about it. Don't stress about it. It'll all be okay in the end. How big is Zubat? That's my question. Zubat's like tiny, by the way, for the record. So I don't want to make this texture like super detailed if I don't need to. Like, I could just do this, you know? Oops. Is that... Okay, yeah. To be fair, Zubat's design is also very simple. I guess so. You know what we could do? We could bring up Noibat's, we could bring up Noibat. You should look more at Noibat than Zubat. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie to you, I just thought of that. Noibat would be... What, like... There he is. Noibat. Oh my god, he's got a lot of anchors. Okay. This is kind of more what we're looking for, though. Import texture. Pokemon. Whee! Noibat. Noibat. Boop. There he is. I kind of like what the ears got going. The ears are like 3 pixels deep, which is interesting. The ears are very detailed. Yeah, and you hit your mic. I'm sorry. If I do this... Hold on. Whoa. What? Is my mic like too loud? The audio quality just did change. Hello? Did I fix it? It was. I have this weird habit of like adjusting my mic all the time while I talk, and it's kind of just like I need to stop doing that because it's fine. Back to normal. Okay. That's good. That's good. It's back to normal. I think I might just make this guy's face just like a cube. Just like that, you know? Noibat looks more like what you're after. Yeah, you're right. Boo. Boop, boop, boop. Ooh, I'm surprised there aren't that many bat Pokemon. That's a fair point, honestly. I think because we got Zubat, and then we got Woobat, and then we got what? Noibat, right? That's it. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like people have somewhat of a vendetta against certain bat Pokemon. What's going on here, by the way? Is that centered? Can't tell if that's centered. Boop 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 boop. Yeah. It's not very many bats. Can't lie. I think that's decently sized, I would say. And then we can add like a little mark on his face for the line. Boop, and then we make it tiny, and then we move it like, oh, we move it like this. And then I'm gonna move it up by 0.1, like that. And then I'm gonna do the same thing, and we're going to move it like that, like that. And I'm going to move it forward by 0.01. Did that work? Hello? Oh, that's its size. My bad. 0.01. So that can be the line on its face, you know? Maybe we even move it up like this. That could work better, because then I'd have more space to put his mouth. Which his mouth could just be on the front of its face. I don't think I'm going to do it like Noibat. Noibat's got a strange kind of build with his face. You sent one of the dex entries for your bat Pokemon? Ooh. I'll check that out in a second, okay? As for the ears are a weird case. I think I definitely have to make them big like this. How many pixels is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pixels. Wow. Noibat's ears are like that big. That's insane. It's kind of crazy because you got this, and then this, and then this, and then this. It's a lot of stuff going on. As for Chirpera, I think we're gonna do something like that. Whoop. Set the ear to like there. We can figure it out here. Did you hear Markiplier's movie is releasing? Yeah, I did. I did hear about that. And then I don't know, because we definitely need to make it smaller at the top. So maybe something like this kind of shape. That's amazing considering where he started at. Yeah. Wait, better idea. Check this out. Duplicate. I don't know how this is gonna look, honestly. I think we might be better off just kind of... Boop. I don't like that. It's not blocky enough, I don't think. Whoop. Maybe we just stick to the cubicle kind of nature. It's tough because it becomes a lot harder to model stuff like this when you have to make it like 3D like that. Because it's gonna look a lot better if you kind of stick to the... Maybe if I do something like that. I mean, I made mine 3D. That's fair. Because Neubats does like this crazy thing where it's like, it offsets the texture like that. Which I think is cool. Could do something like this, maybe? I don't know how I feel about that, though. Whoop. I feel like that strays too much from, like, the blockiness, you know? Or I could just do this. I think that looks somewhat decent. What if we do this? What happens if I do... Okay, that didn't work as well as I thought it would. And then we can just kind of boop, 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 boop. We can group this. We can turn it into right ear. I'm gonna dupe this. Nope, I'm gonna dupe. And then we can move this over to the other side like that. Whoop, whoop. We can do there and then there, I guess. What if instead of making this solid, we just make it a flat texture? I know I tried this already, but it might look better with both ears. Like that. And then like this. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. The ears don't look too bad. Yeah. I mean, that looks okay. I don't know entirely how I feel about it, but I think it's we're getting somewhere. Like that. Yeah. And we can just like angle them a little bit to make them look a little better. Because the fact that you have to give them like volume makes it a lot harder, I think. I think giving it volume is what makes it difficult. Because, like, if I could have, I would have just made the ears, like, flat textures, you know? Which might be possible still. But I don't know if it would look nearly as good. Of course, we could always, like, come back and add flat textures later. Whoop. As for the feet, I was thinking we do something like this. And then we kind of just... Whoop. Okay, can I move everything in this model up a tiny bit? Boop. There we go. Like that. Maybe back a tiny bit. Boop. Something like that, you know? And then we could give him claws as well. As for the wings, I don't think I'm gonna make them like one-sided like Zubats. I think they're going to be double-sided. So you're gonna be able to see like the dark part on both sides, you know? First of all, I need to see this guy. There's a shiny, by the way. It looks very nice. Boop, boop, boop. We're gonna hide wings folded for the moment. It's got 4 full segments. That's pretty gnarly. Kind of in that structure. What's Noibat got going? Noibat's only got 2. I guess we'll see as we go. My wallet is crying right now. Mine too, buddy. Mine too. I've added another server to my bill. Wait, really? What for? I should name these. Ah, okay. Makes more sense. This is stripe 1. This is stripe 2. Right ear. This is left ear. Right leg. Left leg. And then we got right foot and left foot. That's 2 dedicated servers plus the server that the Minecraft server runs on, plus 3 more servers that are in one network with one of the dedicated ones. That's insane, by the way. Can I just point out, Jotaro has so many, like, so much stuff going on, and it's kind of crazy. €130. Jesus. I'm gonna be poor next month or so. Don't worry, Jotaro, you'll just join the club. I'm already poor. Brother, why are you torturing your wallet? You wallet. Maybe I should also do the thing where it's like, oh, you should, I wish I could see this without the texture. Hold on. It's kind of got that shape to it, you know? Neubats is a lot simpler, though. Alright. That makes sense to me, I think. I think mine is going to be a lot similar to Neubats, probably. I don't know. Maybe I'll do something in between, you know? Like this. Duplicate, paste there. And then we can also have the, Boop. We can also have the little fingers, or whatever. I guess Tripera doesn't have fingers. So we can kind of just leave it like that. Do 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 do. I kind of like the square ears more, I can't lie. I feel sorry for your wallet. I do too, yeah. It's a bit of a investment. Whoop. I'm sure it'll be worth it though, you know? I'm sure it'll be worth it. Should his face be longer? No, okay. I needed one look at that. That's all I needed. Next up we gotta do the tail and then the little scruff on his neck. Tail should be easy. I think I'm just going to do a little something like this. Actually, I might make it 4 like that. Whoop. Tail can be that long. Yeah, that works. Boop. Yeah, okay. Tail 2. Group. That can be tail, and I'm gonna rotate this. First, I'm gonna center the pivot and move it to here. We're gonna rotate it 45 degrees, like that. There's the tail. My new project will fail, but it'll be a good learning experience. And the other thing is just 35 euros a month for a hobby. I think learning experiences are cool, you know? Like next stream when I'm gonna learn Python. And nothing will go wrong. For a coding hobby, coding is free. Are you saying that referring to your thing or my thing? Yours, okay. $90. I pay 40 euros for a free hobby. Whoop. Is that centered? No, that's not centered. That is. Who tricked you into this? So you can't really have an offline Minecraft minigame network. Yeah. See. I'm just going to probably use like Code Academy or something for Wednesday's stream. I can't be bothered to spend money for that thing. Boop, like that. We can see how this looks, I guess. I can also... We can make this like the most detailed tiny model of all time, by the way. This can be 0.26. Duplicate. There. Now he's got the design on his stomach. And then all we have to do now is duplicate this. Mouth closed. And then we just gotta rotate it 45 degrees. Something like that. We could probably change the size of that in its animations just to make it look better. I guess this works for a model. It's a little complex, but I like it. I like it. You know? No idea how I'm gonna do the ears. This is... What is this? This is... We can call this scruff. Boop, boop, boop. We need to group these into left wing. Or this is wing right. Wing right 1. Wing right 2. Wing right 3. Then we group this. And we group this. We call this 2. Oh, no we don't. We call this... Ah! I'm like clicking on all the wrong stuff here. Alright. Then we take the pivot point. Boop. We move it this way. That works. Maybe I move it there. That works. There we go. And then wing right 2. This pivot point will be here. Maybe at the front, honestly, like there. And then wing right 3. Can be there. Okay. Simple, 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 simple. And then we do the same thing on the other side. Group wing left. 3, wing left 2, wing left 1. Whoop. And then we do group elements like that. And then we group here. And then we pivot points. I love pivot points. Okay, so actually, I was scripting for the tutorial series. I was doing scripting for it, right, yesterday? And I was trying to script out, like, the part where I talk about, like, moving your pivot points and whatnot. I'm like, how do I explain this exactly? Should be 0.25. Right there. Okay. I think the hardest part of the project, like the tutorial series project, is going to be just me scripting things, because I have I've never done like a strictly like informational video format. So it's going to be interesting to see what I come up with, because I do not know what I'm doing. We can take right leg, right foot, we can turn that into right leg. We can group this. Oops. Left foot, left leg, we can group that. And group that. Whoop. Like that. This pivot point should be... Yeah, I found a bunch of skulk. Ooh. So all we need is honey. Yeah, I think honey farms are like a big deal, and we don't have one yet. .5. And sup, man? What we doing now? Hi, Terry. How are you? We're doing a bat Pokemon today. its model is honestly super complicated compared to like the other ones. I'm gonna get the rest of my work done and then go to sleep. See ya. Have a good one. Okay. I hope you have a good night, Jotro. Thanks for stopping by today. I appreciate it. May I get my good night thing? Of course, of course. Here you go. There you go. Have a good night, Jotro. Have a good night. Alright. As for the foot, I think we can kind of just put the pivot point here. That should work, right? You know? I think that works. As for this pivot point, I'm not entirely sure. -1. -1. That works. It's looking good already. Glad to hear you think so. Because I'm honestly, I'm not sold yet. I'd have to wait to see its texture first. I'm personally, I'm like skeptical. I don't know why. This can be like that, and then 2.5. Like that. Okay. And then for the foot, all we gotta do is move it back like that, up like that. That should match with... Okay, yes. Okay. There's that taken care of. I don't know if I want to make the neck animated. I might just keep the neck as is. Maybe move the head like down a little bit, but I don't really think I want to change the neck. What is this? This is its body. Stripe. Left. And then stripe right. So this, and this can all go into body folder. This can all go into the head folder, which can then also go into the body folder. The head needs to rotate from here. Whoop. Okay, yeah. That works. And then we gotta take the ears. Center pivot. What is this? Does this work for a pivot point? It should. Maybe I move it further forward. Rotate from here? No. Back a little bit. I think that works. We could angle the ears like that, you know? Or maybe like this sort of a deal. And then move them like up a little bit. Maybe not that far up. Something like that. I don't know. Just messing around right now. The ears are so big. Yeah, I had to cram as much detail into the ears as possible because if everything goes to plan, they're going to like light up when he attacks, and it's going to need a lot of extra stuff to do that. And hopefully I can figure that out, because that's going to be complicated. Alright. Where is... right ear? Okay, so we got this pivot point. 181. I know you got this. I hope I got this. -1. And then 8. And then 1. Boop. You're good at what you do. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alright, now we can put the ears into the head, like that. So now when we move the head, the ears go with it. Okay, cool. We'll just pose the ears in the animation. I'm not gonna pose the ear in the model. I think it'll be easier to do in the animations. Because then we won't have to deal with like wacky coordinates and like wacky rotations. The tail should go in the body. Whoop. Like there. Tail should rotate from there. Whoop. How about I do this, honestly? I'm gonna set this back to 0. I'm gonna rotate these individually 45 degrees. Whoop. Like that. So now I can just rotate the tail straight up and down like that. And then the tail's also going to pivot from here. Boop. Yeah, that works. Okay. Alright, then the legs can also go in the body. Boop, like that. And then the wings can go in the body. And then the scruff can go in the body. The scruff, I don't care about the scruff. It's not gonna move at all, so. So now when we move the body, I guess I should center this pivot as well. I can move the whole thing. We can move the head. We can move the wings. I would say this is a pretty functional model. I'm gonna definitely be adding a lot of stuff to it. I just adjusted my mic again out of habit. Isn't that crazy? Should I just say every time I adjust my mic so that if it like breaks like it did earlier, y'all will know what happened? Anywho, we're gonna. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to make its claws. How could I forget? The claws are easy. Here's how we're gonna make the claws. Ready for this? 0.5. Whoop. Dupe. Alright, there's one claws. And then... Okay, I did something weird there. I don't know what I did. Duplicate. We're gonna move this to the right foot. Or the left foot, my bad. Duplicate. There we go. There's his claws done. Very simple. Very simple. Okay. Now we can start painting. And if I forget something else, then that's fine. Great. I didn't mean to make a texture group. Whoop. Chirpera. Alright. We're gonna start off by doing the exact same thing we always do, which is map out the colors like this. Ooh, that's a problem. Okay. How we fix that, we do negative 0.01 there. And negative 0.01 there. Okay. Fixed. No more Z fighting. Boop, boop. Nope. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. And then we could take like this blue color. We do the tail. Like that. We take the yellow. Add all the highlights. Like that. And then we take this incredibly dark color. Like that. Love your streams. You're the first streamer I watch. I appreciate that, Terror. I appreciate that a lot. I'm happy I can provide ample entertainment for you. Boop. Alright, here's our basic colors down. I think for now, I'm going to hide the wings and just focus on making the body right now. Oh yeah, I should also do this. Whoop. Because the inside of his ears should also be dark like that. What's the brightest this gets? That might be a little too bright for this model. We'll see though. How do I want to do this? Maybe do something like that. And then like a bright. Whoop. Like when I made my account, you're the first thing that showed up and I clicked on the best thing I've done. Really? That's actually kind of insane. Wait. So you're telling me my channel was the first thing that got recommended? That's... Wow. That's actually... Okay, I'm not even lying to you right now. That's insane. The fact that my thing popped up first. Like, you would expect, like, some actual, like, established person would show up first. You know what I mean? Whoop. You know what, we'll come back to the eyes. I think the eyes are a little bit, they're a little strange. You've made it big, Neon. I don't think I've made it big. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. Not second, not third, first. Top of recommended, huh? I guess I do fill out kind of like a weird niche, and if people are into that, it's gonna be the first thing that pops up. That's super cool, though. I have to say, very neat. Posture check. Alright, bet. Okay. I took a drink there as well. I hydrated. You know what? Figured I might as well. Alright, posture is fixed. I am now sitting upright. We'll come back to the eyes. I don't know what I'm doing with them yet. As for the fur... I don't know if I like that color. That's nice, though. Ooh. Like that. Yeah, nearly forget you found a mushroom biome. Really? That's nice. I think there should be a color between here and the original one. Boop. 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 Kind of like that. Excuse me. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. And then that can go like that. And I need the dark color. How does that look? I think the problem is that this color is too bright. Like if I made it like this, I think, yeah, that would look a lot better. Whoop. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. I like that better. And then we can just copy that to the other side. Now when he looks at you, it looks like this. Boop. This looks so good. I'm glad you think so, because I am kind of questioning myself the entire way. Let's hide everything except the head. I think that works. Let's hide this. Oh, whoops. Let's texture this as well. I think kind of a brighter yellow like that on the top. And then kind of like a... maybe we go a little more orangey with this. Boop. There we go. Check that out. I like that gradient. Boop. 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 And we can keep it like that. Boop. Like this, and then we add the little glare. Boop. I kind of like that better. Yeah. Whoop. That up at the top, because I kind of want to get those like lines on its ears. I want to translate that like a little bit. Not too much though. Just like that. Gosh, these colors are so dark it's hard to see what I'm doing. If I turn off shading, that helps, yeah. Okay. Boop, we'll do that. And then the same down here on the other side. So now the inside of the ears kind of have that texture. And if we hide this, and the eyes, I'm gonna have to make the eyes into groups as well. Forgot about that part. Whoop. Also want to hide this. Okay. Whoop. That ought to work. Just a simple little gradient going up to the brightest at the top. And then we kind of color like this. And like this. Whoop. And then the gray is already done pretty much. Ooh, okay. I'm also gonna do this. No reason. Just, it bothers me that on this, it's not like fully colored in. Anyway. We move back over here, we can finish texturing the inside of the ears. Probably look a little something like that. Something like that. I think this kind of texture works. Personally, I'm a fan of that. And then we just copy it over to the other side. Easy, easy. The good thing about this model is that I made it tiny so that the texturing is going to be made significantly easier by that. Boop. Okay. And there's the ears done. We can bring the head back. Check that out. Now let's show the neck in comparison to the head. I think the neck is going to be very simple, very just like, I think like the slightly dark gray on the top and then the very dark gray on the bottom. I don't think I'm gonna do anything more fancy than that. I think I'm just gonna leave it at that. Now we can show the body. Body's pretty simple. I think we're gonna do it like this. And then hide the head again. Whoop. And there we go. And boom, there's the body. Do you stream on the 27th? Let me check. No, that's a Tuesday. I have Tuesdays off. So I'm not going to be streaming on the 27th. Why do you ask? What do you if you don't mind me asking, of course. Boop. Boop boop. Maybe I do it like this instead. It's your birthday on the 27th? Gotcha. Well, I will make sure to wish you a happy early birthday on that Monday. Boop. Thanks. You're welcome. We can do hide the body. Where's the body? Boop, 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 boop. Hide the foot as well. We can do just like that, and then this. Easy, easy. And then for the right leg, we can do the same thing, but backwards. Right here. Here. Okay. And then on the bottom, like that. And we just need the dark gray now. Boop, there we go. We can make this like that. Boop. Hey Neon, if you could be a Pokemon excluding legendaries and mythicals, what Pokemon would I be? That's a question right there. That's a toughie. I don't know. If I had to be a Pokemon. For some reason, my mind goes to Rotom. I would be a Rotom. I could just like mess with people, you know? You know what you would be? What would you be, Crimson? I'm curious now. You'd be a Zarua. Oh. Because then you could, like, disguise as, like, a person, you know? Okay. Next up, we can do the tail. Tail should be easy. We just have to... kind of shape it in a way that resembles its actual tail. Excuse me. That you can change into any living thing. That's true. Whoop. And like this. And like this. That's a pretty good tail shape. Now all we gotta do is just pattern it a little bit. Boop. Boop. I could win any argument. That... How would that work though? I don't quite get that. That is too dark of a blue. Hello? Still too dark of a blue. There we go. And then all I have to do is copy that pattern, which this ending bit will be that. Redeem hydrate. Alright, hydrate time. If someone walks up on me acting all tough, proceeds to turn into a lion. Hi Yuna, how are you? What they gonna do, square up with a lion? Well, if they're the dude from Dr. Stone, then yeah, they are gonna square up with a lion. Have you seen Dr. Stone? The dude in like episode 3, they're just like, oh no, we're gonna die to lions if we don't revive this guy. So they revive him, and he instantly just like fights up. He just like fights off the lions instantly. Yes, but I would be a lion with intelligence. Good, just having leg pain after an injection. It's like when you get like your flu shot and then your arm hurts for like 3 days afterward, and it's really annoying. Boop boop boop. But glad to hear you're doing good otherwise. Oh yeah, you know what? You know, since you're here, I thought I would ask you something, because it's not supposed to hurt, though your body just rejects the fluid. Well, you need to go and look at your body and say, hey, I'm the boss around here. You better behave yourself, or I'm gonna be a little upset with you, you know? You gotta assert yourself. But Yuna, the other day you mentioned Socks needed help with something Blockbench related, and I tried to message them, and then it was like this person has like DMs disabled or something, so I wasn't able to like talk to them. And then I was like, oh, and then I gave up instantly instead of like messaging you back. Okay. Fair enough. If you don't know, then that's fine, I guess. That's kind of, you know, I kind of fluked that wing shape, but it kind of turned out pretty nice. Check that out. Could be better though. Whoop. So, found a 4th Torchic. Crimson, how many mons are you gonna find before you're just like, okay, that's enough? By the way, we got new whitelist people for the server. Did you check your follow list for them yet? Yes, I did. I did. I think the other day off stream, I went on and there was a couple people. It might have been while you were live? I don't remember. Whoop. Alright, and then these, and then these. Nope, just this one, and then we do a little bit of that. Boom. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop. There we go. I'm still not happy with that, though. And... that looks nice. Okay. I think I'm gonna go with that wing shape, personally. Unless I keep editing it and I find something I like better. Whoop. Nah, we'll stick with... not that. This. We'll stick with that. Okay. Let's hide his head so I can see better. Boop. Okay. Also, his scruff is not centered. What the heck? How is it not centered? There we go. That's centered. Okay. Not sure what happened there, but you know what? We're not going to question it. Boop. 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 Like that. It goes all the way up. Like this. Boop. Boop. There we go. You beheaded him. No, he's fine. He's fine. Trust. Trust. Maybe we do something like this. I kind of like that shape, actually. That's cool. I like that. Also got us a bunch of iron. Nice. Because Lord knows we need iron. And like every other ore. Okay. There's the base shape of the wings. It looks like the bat symbol. It kind of does, doesn't it? Hold on. I'm going to bring his head back real quick. And I'm going to change the glint in his eyes to that. There we go. That's another thing I need to consider, is how he's going to blink. I haven't really thought about that yet. But how would this guy blink? I guess I have some idea. I have an idea for how he'd blink. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Wait, nope. Wait. Oh. Boop. Boop. I'm like, how did I mess this up? Like that. Like that, and like that. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Be back in 10. Ogie. Boop, 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 boo. Boop, 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 boo. Boo-da-boom, boom, boo-da-boo. I kind of like that. That looks sick, actually. That wing pattern kind of goes hard. Now the question is, how would I separate the wings into segments? I guess like that. Boop, 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 boop. Kind of like this. Not that bright. A little, yeah. Boop, 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 boop. This is tough. Okay. I guess the first thing I should do isn't this. It should be, actually separating the wings into its 3 sections. Whoop. Kind of like that. Be-doop. 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 And then we can start adding like highlights and stuff. So we could do like that. Boop, boop, boop. Only got 3.2 thousand points. I feel like that's a very ample amount of points though, no? That feels like plenty. We have 5.4k. I mean, I guess Crimson's got a ton, but you know, that's because Crimson. You're a demon, you need all the points. Boop. I'm gonna have to retexture the bottom of the wings too, which shouldn't be a big issue. Boop, boop. I'm just gonna do that for the wing, like this part of the wings, you know? The wings feel way too noisy to me. I don't know why. Eh. I'm sure it'll be fine. Boop, 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 boop. Like, if I made this into, like, this color. Okay, that is that color. My bad. Maybe if I did this instead. Okay, I think that's getting somewhere for sure. Maybe if I did that. I think that works. I think that works. By the way, Leon, what level are your Pokemon on the server? My team is like level 40 to 50, I would say. Also, you know, we need to discuss when we're gonna hold the tournament on the server. And like how we're gonna have people like enter it, you know? I'm assuming for like entering the server, we can just like have people write their name on like a piece of paper and put it in a chest somewhere. Laughs in level 70 to 80. Yeah. I'm thinking for that reason, we might do like a set all the level 50. I don't know. That feels also kind of like a cop-out though, so maybe not. Am I actually coloring anything down here, or is it just... Okay, yeah, I am. Laughs at level 80 to 100. Like that. Alright, so here's our little guy, right? I wasn't online today, so I couldn't train. So here's where the issues start to arise, right? So there's this really cool thing that Chirpera does, right? And I think it's pretty neat personally. Which is, let me bring up a picture if I can. What is this? Not right. Okay. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, Chirpera can do this cool thing, and you might remember it from the concepting like Dex entry stream that we did, which was like a one-off. But Chirpera can light up like this. Right? And this is where modeling becomes very difficult, because I can't change this Pokemon's texture in the middle of an animation, right? So we're going to have to like hide this Mon's like wings inside of its body somehow, and then make a new set of wings that's like lit up. You know what I mean? And then we're also gonna have to make those emissive. So this is where the challenging part happens. And I think to start off with, what we're gonna do is, I think we're gonna start off with the ears, because they feel like they'd be the easiest. What we're gonna do, we're gonna take ear inside. We're gonna duplicate. We're gonna move 0.1 forward. We're gonna say ear inside lit. And we're gonna find a new place to put this, which can just be like here. Okay. That's step 1. We're gonna do the same thing on the other side. Dupe. 0.1. And we're gonna move it up here. Okay. The way we're gonna do this is by, we're just going to go through, we're gonna take this green, and we're gonna paint the inside of the ear green. Right? Following along so far. And we're gonna kind of color it a little bit. But that's the easiest one. That's by far gonna be the easiest one to do. It only gets harder from here. Next we gotta do the eyes or the wings? Probably the wings. Actually, no, the eyes should be pretty easy. The eyes should be easy. I just say for the tournament, we just let everyone on the server compete with their own Pokemon and the level they're on. A thing I'd add though would be adding Mega Showdown soon to get everyone actively online again and then make them more invested in the project. We could add Mega Showdown. All that would do is it would just require that people download like another extra mod. Right? I mean, we might be able to do that. I don't know how I feel about making people have to download extra stuff. But that's definitely a possibility. I'm not gonna, like, you know, not too much of a problem, I guess. Yeah. Alright, and then we can do duplicate. We can do left eye lit. And then we can do right eye lit. Then we can move these ones into the head. Alright. I mean, it could be fun. Isn't it really hard to like find megas in Mega Showdown though? You have to like go underground and find those like things. Yeah, megas you have to actively go out searching. I guess it would have been better to add that like at the beginning of the server's lifespan. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. I feel like the fact I'm nearly completed the Lefing Dex means I should be able to have one. Yeah. Also, still gotta make all the power items and all the mint stuff for that. Yeah! just a little bit. That's a better color. There we go. Okay, there's the eyes when they're lit up. Which one do you want? Probably Groudon. Boo-doo-boo. Alright. The hardest part's gonna be the wings. I think for the wings, I'm just gonna do the same thing as like Hatchick and stuff, where they have like different kinds of wings. Oh, excuse me. And I'll just animate them basically the same. I'll just give them like the same keyframes and stuff. But I'll like hide them when they're not actively being used, you know? Be-do. Yeah, Crimson, you got a few Pokemon. Just a couple. I can come back here. But I'm gonna have to duplicate... What is it? Yeah, I'm gonna have to take ear inside lit. I'm gonna have to group that. What is this, the left one? Yeah. Left ear inside lit. And then the way I can do this is I can just like shrink it down like that in the animations so that I just hide it and then I like pop it up when it needs to. You know? And then after this, all we have left to do is the excuse me, is the... Will it actually glow though? Yes, it will. Through the power of emissive textures, like how Gematitan glows in the dark with his like crystal and stuff. I need wing left. I need to duplicate this. Wing left, lit 1. 2. Lit 3. Duplicate this as well. Wing right 1 lit. Lit 2. Whoops, my bad. That. I'll catch that guy then. If I finish him by the time, before the server goes, like, finishes, then maybe. Because my Umbreon doesn't glow and that's kind of disappointing. Really? That is kind of disappointing. I think Umbreon's whole thing is that it, like, glows. We hide these, and I need to make this a new shape. We can toss it up here. We can make this a new shape as well. And this can go here. This is wing right lit. We can put that there. We can put this, where is it? We can put this here. And then we can put this right next to itself. Okay. But I also want to like copy paste. Like that. This is here. Place. It has no animations. Can we ban drowns from existing? No. They have every right to live. That can go there. This can go here. Like that. And then the tiny parts of the wings, which are this. Boop, boop. This can go here. Right? No. Yes? Yes. Yes. Okay. Then I need the other side, which is here, to go over on this side. Ta-da! Okay. They have no rights. It's only possible with a specific config mod. Yeah. I like drowns. I like how surprisingly, like, evil they are. I don't know. I think they're annoying, but they're annoying to the point where it's still, like, they're still fun to have. Ba-doo-ba-doo-boo. The wings are kind of gonna have this, I lost. You lost a Dratini? Oh, shoot. I actually might make that brighter. Yeah. Like that. And then I can make this like this. There we go. Whoop, whoop. I think there's a little too much orange. Back, sorry, it took so long. That's okay. Posture check? Joke's on you. I already have good posture because I haven't shifted. Who here knows Fate lore like the Fate anime? Oh, well, you got me there, you know. I know Astolfo, and I know Saber, and I know Tosaka, and I know the red-haired dude, and that's it. I don't know the actual lore, but I know it's based off like a visual novel that has like a bajillion endings, and that's why it has so many entries in like the anime side of like field, you know? Dibby-dibby-dibby-dibby-doo. Well, you know Fate Stay Night because the other stuff wasn't free on Prime back when I watched it. Because Geats9 is fighting someone from... Who the hell is Geats9 fighting from Fate? What? I'm just imagining that in my head. It's kind of funny. Just like some medieval like crusader versus like god of gods. I don't know. Do 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 do. Boop boop boo doop boo doop boo doop boo. There we go. There he is when he's lit up. The only issue with this is that the edges of his of his wings are also gonna light up, but that's fine. I can't really do anything about that, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Someone named Nero Claudia. I don't know who that is. No idea who that is. I'll be completely honest. Anyway, that's pretty much the texture for Chirpera done. I think it came together very nicely, personally. But now what we gotta do is we gotta make this shiny. I think you guys are really gonna like this guy's shiny, personally. Because I really like this guy's shiny. Boop. Chirpera.png. Let me bring that to... let me put that in its folder where it belongs. Boop. Folder. Boop. And I'm actually gonna rename it to Chirpera base, because since there's a missive, I don't want to delete this original texture. I'm still catching this little guy. Who's Geets9? So, the other day, Crimson introduced me to the world of Kamen Rider, and Geets9 is like one of the strongest characters in like the franchise, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Alright. Chirpera base, shiny. Boop. Okay. For this Pokemon shiny, I'm gonna also need to bring up as strong as Rimuru. I don't know. Let me bring up Chirpera's shiny so I can have a color reference. Ooh, okay. I forgot how cool this shiny is. He's the third strongest solely because the other two guys can destroy multiverses. Just a little strong, you know. Alright. Chirpera base shiny. Yeah, you can go there too. I don't care. Okay. So, we're gonna take like this color. Colors. Oops. So yeah, let's get into analyzing. Overload me with information about them. Give me like 5 minutes. Yeah. It might take Crimson a hot minute. Boop. Boop. Nah, that's not right. Maybe this needs to be brighter. Boop. Okay. And then boop. 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 That's better. Okay. And then boop. And boop. And then all of this yellow. Ah! Is the shiny texture fixed? I'm doing shiny texture right now. I am currently just trying to make it look decent. Hold on. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. Hold on, let me take another peek at the shiny. I have the shiny pulled up on another screen, by the way. That's what I'm like looking back at. Boop, 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 boo. Ba-doo, boo, boo. Ba-doo, boo, ba-doo, boo, boo. Ba-doo, doo, doo. Ba-doo, boo. Ba-doo, boo. Like this. And then one more below, like that color. Like that. There we go. That's his shiny. And I can turn him into his normal form so you can see what he looks like. And then on his ears, we can turn that off. We can turn... Oh, I need to make this a group, though. Oops. And then the eyes. Boop. 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 There we go. This is what his shiny looks like. So we got his... Oh wait, I just realized I made them the wrong things. Hold on. Repair base shiny. Boop. That's my bad. Okay. So here's his normal. And then here's the shiny. I think this is one of the best shinies, honestly. I'm a huge fan of Chirpera's shiny. It is your bat. You're not wrong. This is my bat. And I think I'm generally going to keep its eyes turned on. And then when it blinks, it'll have its eyes off, you know? Information. Let's start with the strongest writer from the past 50 years worth of content. Alright, so get ready for Crimson to start talking about common writer in chat. And I'm gonna just stick with this kind of... I'm gonna stick with this for now. I might actually... Hold on. To make this easier for me... Whoop. We're going to do this. We're going to unhide these. And we could unhide this, but it's like, whatever. Excuse me. Because both of the wings are going to have the exact same animations. I'm going to finish the animations for one set of wings, and I'm going to copy them over to the other pair, you know? I guess we could make the emissive textures right now. We copy and paste Chirpera base. We just call it Chirpera. And we delete all of the emissive stuff. So anything that's like colorful, we just get rid of. Boop. Including this. Oh, wait! I just had an idea. I don't even have to add this stuff. This can just go away. Like, honestly? Or does it? No, I can't get rid of it. I can't do that. I thought I could, but I can't. Oh well. So this is his non-emissive parts. And then we can do the same for this. Boop. This is Violet City's theme. I know this because I've been playing Pokemon Heart Gold recently. Alright, and then all I have left to do now is copy and paste this again. Call it Sherpera underscore emissive. That's not how you spell emissive. Emissive. And then we get rid of everything that's not gonna glow. I'm sure if I thought about it, I could figure out a way to, like, make the wings work correctly. My brain power is just not there yet, you know? Boop. Boop. So if we show this stuff, that's what's gonna be glowing. You can't even see that entire thing in Twitch chat on stream. That's funny. Also, what is this? What's this doing? What's going on here? Hello? Okay, fix that. See, okay, here's the way I could make this. Here's how I could make the wings work better. It would require that I give him a third set of wings that is just the outline. And then, like, I could do that. Is it worth doing that? Is it worth adding all that geometry for, what, like, a few pixels to not glow? I don't know. We could, like, test it out in game, and if I think it would be worth it, I could add it later. But I don't think I'm gonna add it right now, because I personally don't think it would be worth making, like, an entirely third set of wings. And then we're gonna do boop underscore emissive. And then we just do the same thing. I love Kamen Rider lore. I love Kamen Rider merch. I'm going to buy every belt from every series. Alright. Okay. So, we now have our guy. And it's shiny form, and it's normal, and it's emissive textures. Okay. Tell you what. I am going to go ahead. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And then when we come back, we can start with a few of the animations. I don't know why. I'm like full of energy today for this Pokemon. I don't know why. I'm just like raring to go with this guy. But yeah, quick bathroom break. I'll let Crimson discuss Common Rider lore during intermission, but I'll be back in a couple minutes, okay? Be right back. I'm back. I'm back. It is cold today. I'm like freezing today. I don't know why. Alright. So we finished this guy. Okay. I'm gonna see what I can do with the animations today. I don't know how far we're gonna get, but I definitely want to try and get some stuff done. I'm gonna remove that and make this tiny. You know what? Actually, hold on. I can just move this guy. Check this out. Whoop. Let's do that. And that. There we go. Now he's down there. He has broken the confines of the overlay box. Okay. First animation. Should this guy be able to walk on the... I guess he should be able to walk on the ground. Animation dot chirpera dot ground underscore walk. Or ground, not walk, idle. Idle. Confirm. I wonder if I can do the same thing with his wings that I do with, heck, what's his face? With Hatchick and, like, Nest Street. And before I do that, I want to make a new... I want to make it... Excuse me. Jesus, I don't know where that, like, voice crack came from. I want to make a new folder. I want to group everything except the legs and call it... torso. And also, can't forget, gotta group everything. Root folder. Most important folder. Chad, if you're making your own models, don't forget the root folder. Pivot point should be 0, 0, 0. You can't power skill him because he says keep going. Alright, now what I can do with the torso is I can make it actually have a good pivot point, because this sucks. And then torso. I can put it like there, I guess. So now I can rotate him here. Maybe a little higher up. So your literal existence of your guy is bound to the concept of the multiverse, and therefore it's impossible to kill him if you don't want to destroy the fabric of reality itself and let all vanish. Yeah, you got it. Yup, thumbs up emoji. Chirpera.animation.json. I need to give that a home as well. Boop. There we go. Whoop. 15, 15. How about barrier resistance? You have barrier resistant. That's not right. Wait, hold on. I gotta make it like this. 20 degrees. 20 degrees. Like that. And I can rotate these back by like 17. Wait, hold on. Boop. Okay. 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 Okay, that kind of goes into his eye. I don't know how I feel about that. 0.1, 0.1. Okay. I think his ears look pretty decent there. You know? You know, there is no beating Omazio. Can I set this to 0, 0? Wait, hold on. 0, like that? He's so strong, the older future version of him didn't need to do anything because his new younger self would always have chose his path of Omazio. Alright, I need to move the wings forward, like all of the wings. Like that. And then, like... Nope. Hello? Like that. Like that. And like that. Boop. Boop. I am Omazio. I am unkillable. Deal with it. Kind of like that. You either accept your fate or die trying. Okay. Oh lord, that's not what I wanted. Boop. What if it could land the hits? Okay, new problem. How do I... Okay, we're gonna move all the wings up as well. Like, by like 0.5. Boop. There's a Gojo rider. Boop. It's like those memes where it's like every time you complain, we add 3 more. Okay, that's not right. Let's do 7, wait. 15 like that. 15. Okay, but hear me out, Crimson. Palkia is also the god of time, so could Gojo beat Palkia? Boop. Neon, there's a Palkia writer. No, I'm asking if Gojo could just beat regular Palkia. -12, -9, 36. Like that. Gojo could 100% kill Palkia. My Pokemon can, so I wouldn't Gojo be able to. Yeah, he could. So, if he's a god of time, then wouldn't Gojo be able to kill any god of time? I don't get, it seems like, or do like different gods of time have different time powers? I mean, they're all like gods, I don't know. $10? No. 35. 35? 35. And then 15. 15. There, he can like tuck his wings in, you know? 15. Boop. Mazio's time powers are the pinnacle of them. I mean, Neon, you saw that fight. You saw him look at someone and they were erased. That's fair, I guess. 14, 14, 14, 14. Hey, check that out. Three. There we go. Look, he doesn't even need separate wings. He can just fold up his existing wings. And again, that was when he first got the power, when he had no idea how it worked. Fair enough. Check that out. He looks just like his picture now. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to make his mouth. Mouth closed. We can group that. I gotta make a mouth open. Duplicate. Whoop. Nope. Whoop. Mouth open. How about comedian guy from JJK? I haven't got, the anime hasn't gotten to that guy yet, so I don't know what he does. Boo-doo, 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 boo-doo. Zero. Okay. Doop, boop, boop, boo. We can just make this into hello. Yellow. Here it is. Okay, I just need to move that there. Give him like a mouth. Should he have a tooth? Yep. I don't think he should. The mouth can be like... There we go. Look at that. And then this can go in. Nope. This can go in. This can go there. And then I can resize this. There we go. Mouth open. Mouth open. Mouth open. Mouth closed. If his mouth is open, it should be like... I think he should have a tooth. He should definitely have a tooth. Boop. You know? Or maybe 2 teeth. I think the tooth fits. Personally, I like the tooth. Yuna, are you insinuating that Funny Valentine could be, Mazio? I'll just go to a different reality. Bye. Alright. Mouth closed. There we go. He's so silly looking. And there's him in his shiny form as well. Alright, and then we can just like kind of animate this and... you can be like that big. Okay. And you can't outsmart him because that would be too easy. Whoop. Is this too slow? Yeah. We can do 0.75. And this can be a little less. Whoop. Whoop. Like this. And then these can be linear, like that. I guess this can be smooth. This can be linear, and then we do that, and we copy paste over to here. That works. Boop. 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 Smooth. Okay, maybe we move the smooth animation over to here. Maybe we line it up with the head. Copy, paste. Smooth. Okay, maybe we swap these two around. I don't know what I'm doing, chat. Maybe we make this a little more exaggerated. Boop. Boop, boop. And then we make this linear. Like that. Boop-a-doo. Be quite effective against your OC. And then we can just do that, and come back down here, do that, oop, do that. Make this smooth. That works. Whoop. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Here and here. Then we go back like this. And then like that. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Whoop. And then I'm gonna do the same thing here. The pure form is based on the gods of reality, but like a fallen form that doesn't follow a hive mind, so no self-perception or fun. I'll be honest. Chat has gone so far off the deep end, I'm like no longer following what's going on. Boo. Boop. No. Excuse me. Jeezums. We're gonna do like 0.1 there instead. There's this idle animation. I think that works. I think I'm out of water. That's cool. That's fine. Boop. We can make all these smooth. Offset them like that. Put a point here, put a point there. Boop, boop, boop. Do 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 do. I'm gonna do a little something called loop the animation like that. And then just do this. Boop, boop. Copy, paste like that. Take this point, do that. Move it to the end like so, and then move it back to the front like that. What does that graph look like? Oh, I see. It would need to go down a little bit like so, and then like this. Linear. Boom. And boom. Do 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 boo boo. What's going on here? Torso? No. Head is what's wrong. Doop boo doop boo boo. And then, like, here? No? What's going on here? Hello? What's wrong with this? Okay, let's try this again. Copy there. Copy here. Make this a linear point. Whoop. Bring that there. Do this sort of a deal. Boom. And no. Boom. And then move this up like a tiny bit. There we go. And then here, whoop, put reincarnating someone else into him. Would they just like merge into one person with Omazio? All roads lead to Omazio, so another person turns into Omazio with all of his abilities. Reincarnation needs time to work. He's unaffected by time. I don't know about that. Yeah, and you saw how that belt appeared on him, right? I guess so, yeah. Here's his idle animation, though. Pretty cool, pretty cool. If he used time itself, he has power over the multiverse, he would probably be the most easy targeted for such an attack. I mean, With all the fan-made stuff, surely he can just use Wonder of You and just, like, kill anybody who tries to attack him, you know? Crimson, do you know what Wonder of You is? you know what, if it doesn't exist, I just invented a new common writer. Fan-made common writer. He can use Wonder of You, and that's it. That's my new OC, guys. Don't steal it. Sherpera.ground_walk. Writer does not even need to be fully finished. It needs writer to be recognized by one person as a writer. So the maker of that fan-made writer considers it, boom, it's a writer. Yeah. Yeah. I like common writer. I have an OC. It's only so that Omazio becomes stronger, though. Like, that's the only reason he exists. That literally, okay, but that literally just means that Omazio can have any power you want. Like, oh yeah, well, you think your character beats Omazio? Well, I just invented a new common writer that can parry your exact attack. You know, I think I get it now. I think Omazio might just solo fiction. Because if you have any counterpoint, you can just say, well, I just invented a common writer whose only ability is to counter that attack. You probably still need therapy. Well, I just invented a common writer whose ability is that he's immune to any kind of emotional trauma. So he doesn't need therapy. That's the kind of level we're on, right? This is like, it's, I don't know. I wish I had that ability. Same! Like 80% sure there's a writer who just is a therapist, so he can just summon him. Okay. He doesn't need to lift a finger to fight you. He can just get someone else to do that for him. I summon, I don't know. Ah! We're fine. I think for this animation, I want his body to kind of rotate like this. There we go. Smooth. Actually, no. This needs to be smooth. For his walking animation. And then his head just needs to be centered. Whoop. Like that. There we go. Oh wait, it's not. There we go. And then 7.5. And then like that. I don't know. Like that maybe? No. Something feels off about this. I don't know what. Seems fine though. I just found someone. How about using physical things so you wouldn't bring reason to do so? There's no point in doing, which sounds pathetic, as its own existence is meaningless after he understands it. It's so long it reaches Twitch's character limit. Okay, time to make the legs. This is gonna be a little strange. Maybe I resize. Oops, not like that. Maybe I resize this stuff. What is this? Vertex snap. No, that doesn't look good. Whoop. That's 20. 20. Okay. Then I think I can set to default position here. Whoop whoop. Doop doop doop. Maybe he's still out a little bit. And then the foot can go back to regular position here. But I want it to retain that, like, 7.5 rotation. And then probably just this, but reversed. I don't know. Maybe. Boo. 17 and a half. Ah! 17 and a half. Boop. Boop boo doo boop 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 boo. And then I can just rotate it like that. Except I'm doing it backwards, so that's fun. I just realized I'm doing it backwards. Whoop. So this would actually go here. Whoop. Like this. And like this. Whoop. Oh. Whoop. Alright, what would it look like if I did that? Look at that! He's got a walkie walk. Now I just do this, boom, make this smooth. Remove this, copy this stuff, and make this linear, and boom. Oh, but I'd have to, oops. I'd have to change the Z to be positive. Okay, that should be easy enough. Boop. No, not the Z, the X. I'd have to reverse the X. And here, boom. Here, boom. There's no reason to fight God, but also no reason for a god to fight. So every fight you fought and every bit of existence would be meaningless. He's like the Zeno, you know? Zeno doesn't need to fight. Nope, that's not right. Boom. It's nothing, and boom. Okay, what's happening here? Hello? 7.5. Okay. Don't know why that's happening. Now all that's left is the foot. Which should be easy. Just take this, do that. Change the rotation. We need to make the rotation negative, but that should be simple. And then we take this, copy it, paste it here, boop, and boop, and boop. He actively sits on his throne and people keep coming to him for a fight. Even his younger self tried. I don't know. I feel like when you give a character powers that strong, I feel like it just becomes a matter of like that it's like he can't be power scaled anymore. Like that becomes like not power scalable reasonably. Like, it's just not something that you can power scale, period, because it's like, you can give him any ability you want, so it's like, there wouldn't be any point, really? I don't know. And then I can also do this. Point one forward, like that. Oops. And then like that. Like that. And then make all these. You can't power scale him because he says keep going. Update. This is BS. Still doesn't work after 3 hours. I'm back. Welcome back, Jotro. I'm glad to hear you're making good progress. What happens if I just make all of the position stuff linear? I've resetted the server 7 times now. Oof. Is it like an error with something we added, or is it just like randomly stopped working? This is why I gave him legs, even though the legs don't really appear as part of his body, like in the art. I just tried to lie down properly and started to feel dizzy. Oh. It's not that serious. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's the new project you're building. Yeah. I hope you can figure it out. You have my moral support, if nothing else. You know what I forgot to do? Wing right lit. Wing right 2. I forgot to do this. Boop. Boop. I forgot to make his wings the same. Because these wings have to be the same in every animation, so that if I ever like swapped between them, it doesn't look awful, you know? Boop. And boop. And boop. Nope. Boop. There we go. So now his lit up wings work like that. I'm surprised that the lit up wings don't have like Z fighting. Hydrate. Alright, well, you've just caused an intermission, Yuna, because I gotta go refill my water for that. I will be right back, okay? Whoop. I am back with water. And here's the hydrate. There you go. Feeling dizzy right now. You know, sometimes when it's like, I don't know what causes it, but sometimes when I turn my head like this, I I guess the best way to say it, which is kind of makes it kind of obvious, it makes like my head start spinning. Like if I turn my head like this and it's like late at night. And I'll have to like stop and like reorient myself. Tired, angry, depressed, and stressed. That's not good. Jotro, you should chill. You should take a moment. You should step away. You should relax here and then or you could go to bed if you want, but you have to admit the Omazia suit looks cool, right? Yeah. You could go to my bed, Neon. I don't know. Today's the day where I wash sheets, and I haven't done that yet, so I'm gonna be doing that after stream, so like boop, 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 boop. Anyway, here's the walking animation. I actually am super happy with this walking animation so far. It's turning out pretty much exactly how I imagined it. I don't care, TBH, it's a bed. It probably smells like perfume. Alright. Whose perfume? Mine. Who else's would it be? Boop. Is this Nah. Oh, I thought I got Krima's over again. What do you mean again? I don't think there was a first time. Okay, that's a little too much. Hello, Sasquatch lover. How are you? How are you? How have you been? Have you been? Whoop. Then I can just copy that here. I've been good. Hey. What you mean? Oh. Jotro, you should never do that. That's a bad idea. I forbid you. I forbid you from doing such a thing as that. There's like no chat delay, what the heck? Is that an uncommon thing? Is there usually like hella chat delay? Oops. Whoop. Then we can do this. Stop me, Nia. Okay. Okay. Jotro. That is like possibly the worst typo you could have made in that sentence. Kill the server hosting service. Yeah, Yuna, you got the right idea. Boop. Boop. Okay, can I please just like do that? Okay. Maybe that as well. Okay. Boop. Boop. And then we can just copy that again. Now it's everybody's it's everybody's favorite part. Should you kill the guys at that company? But then the Cobblemon server would go down as well. Jotra, then you could take over and you could be like, haha, I have all of the money now, and then you wouldn't, and then you could afford all the services. You know? We could do that. Make all this smooth. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Okay, I'm just gonna move that there and do this. And do this and this. Would you mind helping me with that? Okay, for the record, Twitch, this is a joke. This is like in-game, in a video game, you know? My chat is joking, Twitch. Don't ban me, please. I would never tell my chat to go and end the life of a person. Sure, I love censored. See, look, now Twitch is targeting my chatters. Your Minecraft? Dude, you're not gonna believe this. I'm a Minecraft. Boop, boop, boop. I'm gonna move all these forward a little bit. Boop, boop, boop. Like that. And then I'm gonna just kind of pretend like I know what I'm doing. Like I always have. Boop. Copy, paste, and then we make these smooth as well. Boop. And then we do the same thing here. Ah! Boop, boop, boop. Stop me if you've seen me do this before. Check that out. Yeah, I got something to send you because it's funny. Sure, what's up? The worst common writer. I'll check that out later. Hold on. Oh yeah! Crimson sent me his bat Pokemon. I'm gonna read his dex entries, if that's okay. I can read them on stream or I can read them to myself. It depends. It's up to you. Is this the moment to give up? No, Jotaro, never give up. Jotaro, you gotta realize, everybody in chat here believes in you. You know? Sure. Okay, I'm gonna read Crimson. I'm gonna read Crimson's, Nope, I'm in chat, but okay. No, I meant, you might not believe in yourself, but everybody else in chat believes that you can do it, Jotaro. Even the people on YouTube. Every single one of them. All you need is a little bit like a step back maybe, and then like you take a look at all the stuff that you made that did work so far, and you said, hey, so it's actually been like pretty decent up until now, but this small roadblock is not gonna stop me, right? Look at me, I'm a developer, I'm a coder, I do server stuff. I know what I'm doing. I can figure this out. And you can figure it out. And you're gonna figure it out. You know? I need to get up in 3 hours. Same. Dang. You know, I guess it is very... You have a 10-hour day ahead of you. Okay, maybe you'll figure it out after you go to bed. It'll come to you in a dream. And I'll be there and I'll be like, Jotro, you just have to do this. And then you'll be like, oh, and then it'll work. And then it'll work. You know? Anyways, I'm gonna read Crimson's dex entries for his bat Pokemon. You are okay. Alright, so Crimson's Fakemon, right? I'm not gonna show them on stream because they're not mine, but he said I could read the dex entries. So he's got Skulkfang, the Skullbat Pokemon. It is said this Pokemon spends much of its time hiding in the dark, waiting for trainers to walk beneath it before suddenly diving down and biting their necks. Although this behavior appears frightening, it rarely causes harm. Skulkfang's fangs are not very sharp, and at most victims only feel a small nibble. After attacking, Skulkfang usually flees immediately into the shadows. That's silly. Alright, and then the evolution Dreadwing. Dreadwing, the stalking bat Pokemon. It is said that this Pokemon spends much of its time in deep, dark caves and old abandoned houses, unless it has found a trainer it wishes to stalk. Dreadwing follows its chosen target by hiding within the shadows cast by trees and buildings, staying just out of sight. It does not seem to do this to cause harm, but rather out of curiosity. Trainers who have caught and raised a Dreadwing report that it becomes extremely clingy and fiercely protective, willingly using its claws to swiftly carry its trainer out of danger. So it's a yandere bat. It's like, this is my trainer. It was made for me. Cool. That's pretty neat. I rate that a cool on the neon scale out of 10. Anyway. I stopped by, but I'm gonna build Lego, which I want to watch a show while I do. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. Okay. I'm glad you were able to stop by, Sasquatch, and I hope you enjoyed the short time while you were here. But you have a good rest of your night or day or whatever time it is for you, okay? That was the exact thought you had when making them. Funny. So he sits down, and then he walks. And he sits down again. And he walks. Ooh! Forgot about something. This stuff here. Whoop. This needs to be Yuna. Boom. Alright, Jotro, don't go starting rumors in my chat right now. you can't be starting rumors in chat, Jotro. That's not okay. We can't have the rest of my chat believing this stuff. Nah, y'all are mistaken. Y'all are mistaken. You can go clip it. No. No. You can't. But anyway, look at this. Look at this walk animation. I really like this walk animation. It turned out like exactly like how I wanted it to. Maybe something that would make it a little better would be if I... Maybe? Oops. Did like this, you know? Whoop. And then... Whoop. And like that. Do you know the Pokédex can change its type from all the region? Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? And then we can take this and do the same thing. What was it, 7.5? 7.5, okay. Whoop. Whoop. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. Sometimes it's electric when I got a Rotom instead. Inside. I guess so. Boop. Okay, what is this? Hello? Okay. Boop, boop. Nope, that's not what I want. Not worth it. It's fine as it is. Oh, but not like that. There we go. Do we have TTS, by the way? I swear we had TTS at some point. I don't know if we... I don't know if I, like, disabled it or something. I could have sworn we do. Let's try. Does not seem to have worked, question mark. What if I go... I don't know. No TTS then. Maybe it's something to do with, like, alerts. I don't know. There's your hydration. I remember it was because people came in and they started, like, donating, like, 1 bit, and the bit redeems were TTS. That's what I remember. I don't know how I can do TTS otherwise though. And I'm not gonna say you guys should donate bits because I'm not gonna ask for that. That's just not cool of me. How would I do TTS otherwise? Boop, boop. What's going on here? That's not right. True, not cool with you, right? I don't think I'm ever going to ask for, like... I don't think I'm ever going to ask for, like, bits or any sort of, like, paid thing from like that. Like, I would never expect that from you guys. Never will. Use it over StreamerBot and SpeakerBot for all your stream gimmicks. I think if you're not in Twitch chat, you don't get the joke, Neon. What do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? Boopity boop boop boo. How do I do TTS? Or wait, I just asked that. Use it over StreamerBot and SpeakerBot. Okay, I don't think I have those. That message is a bit bot message effect. Oh, I see it now. Okay. Okay. See, on my OBS, it doesn't highlight messages, so so I don't think there's any need for you to do that. You know? Batch reporting tool. Oh. Okay. Okay, ignore that. Sorry, I'm just looking at my mod view and it's just like a bunch of stuff that was just like you know? I'll give up for now because of that. Good night. Alright. Jotro, I hope you have a good rest of your night, and I appreciate you stopping by again. It was fun chatting with you, okay? And you can do it. You got that. StreamerBot and SpeakerBot are quite difficult to learn, but way easier than coding it yourself. That's fair. Could I just do it with, like, Nightbot? There's no way I can do it with Nightbot, right? Response, show advanced settings. No, that's not right. Default. I could do like polls and stuff. Filters. Shows the current game. Oh yeah, did I update? I didn't update Twitch, did I? Oops. Should probably do that. Oops, we're not playing Minecraft. We're playing software. My bad. It's 3.5 hours, but you know, that's fine. Okay. Ignore that. Minecraft isn't too far up, I guess. But like, I want to appear in the right cat. That's the one thing I always forget to do, is change the category in the go live notif, because it's not like in my OBS. I have to like go to Twitch to do that. So I always forget about it, and it always ends up just like becoming whatever. Wing right. I should probably do that. Okay, wing left should be there. Now we need wing left 2. Boop. The wing left 3. Boom. Wing right to like that. Alright. Now it works with the lit up wings as well. Okay. Easy, easy, easy. Again, just doing that so that when it animates, it's like seamless. Alright, next up we've got Air Idol. Ah! Don't know what just happened there. Sherbera dot air underscore idle loop. I forgot he turns into this ugly thing when he's not like actively in an animation. There we go. And then I need to do the mouth as well. Mouth closed and mouth open. Hello. Mouth. Nope. 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 Boop. There we go. And like that. I'll sleep now too. Alright. I hope you have a good night, Yuna. It was fun talking to you today. I hope you enjoyed Crimson's rant about Kamen Rider. I hope that was informative to you. Doo-boo-doo-boo-doo. We can bring him into the air a little bit. I'm probably gonna do something similar to Zubat's flying animation for this. Where the body is, not the body, the torso is tilted like that. I need to actually put the timer at 0 so that I can, correctly, what am I thinking of? Like, pose this thing. 25 works. There we go. Uh, 16, 18, 47. Hello? What? Oh, it's because it's, boop. There we go. And then we angle the legs down. Whoop. Like this. Okay. And then we rotate 32.5. Like that. Hello. That's. Do you have a different pivot point? Am I insane? I might be insane. And I don't know how I missed this. 21. 1.25, 1.5. No, they don't. Hello? Oh, it's because the leg isn't moved back. Okay. Maybe I am a little dumb. Okay. Then we do 2.5. Okay. And then we can move the foot up so that it's like that. Boop. Okay. And then we can rotate these outward. by like 10. 1, 2, 10. Okay. So they're kind of, you know? And then tail, we can just angle the tail downward like that. Whoop. Okay. And then as for the rate at which he'll flap his wings, it's probably going to be pretty fast. Like that much. Smooth. And then I'm also going to take the red. I'm going to move this down like here. How am I going to do this? Like that. Bring that to 1. Oop, 0.75. This will be -1, +1. Oop. Okay. Now we just gotta do this. Whoop. Whoop. We just gotta make them go up and down a bunch, you know? Easy, easy. And just like that. Okay, maybe that's a little much. Maybe. Okay, what does that look like on the graph editor? Why is it like that? What if I just do this? You know? What if I just copied and pasted the points, but in reverse? I feel like that would make it much more streamlined. There we go. And then with that, we could also take these and make them less drastic. Boop. Boop. And then like that. Okay. And then chat, I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of just winging this. Boop. There we go. There we go. Now we gotta make the wings do the same thing. Whoop. $260. Wow. Okay, what is this at? This is at 18, 17, 42. Like that. Boop. 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 Okay. Whoop. Easy. Okay, not quite like that. Smooth. There we go. Cute. Look at him. And then what we gotta do is we gotta take the next wings and then... Hold on. Boop, 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 boop. We gotta rotate them up like 10, I guess. Nope. Okay, wrong wings. These. 10. 10. And then when they go down, should be 20 like that. Boop. And then like this, and then like that, and that, and that. And then we can make all the ones in the middle. Actually, we'll just do this. Smooth like that. And then we can do the same thing for wing left 3. And then wing right 3. Whoop. And then we can stagger them, because why the heck not? Boop. Did I do that right? Yes, I did. Boop. And then we just do that. And honestly, I think I can just make these linear, like all the way through. I don't think I have to keep these smooth animations. I think I can just make these linear and you won't even be able to tell because it's going so fast. Linear. And then also, I kind of want to make these a little less drastic. 10 like that, and then bring them up like 10 as well. Okay. Boop. And then smooth copy, paste. There, 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 and linear. Okay, that works, but now you can't really tell that it's like... Now you can't really tell that they're, the wings are flapping. Like, with these rotations. So maybe I'll bring these 15. Like that. And then 15 like that. Boop. Boop. And then boop, boop, boop. Like so. And then we take this point here and we copy paste that back at the beginning. I think that's already better. It would help if I had like a better background. Or maybe if I made the shiny one. Because I can't see what I'm doing otherwise. I think that works. And I think these should also be 15 up like that. And then when they're here, they should be 15 down. Oops. Hold on. I messed it up. 5, 10, 15. So it should be 22.5. No, it should be 25. I'm such a dunce. I messed it up by 2.5. How am I ever going to recover from this? Whoop. Now we do that and that. Look how much better that is. So now that we got the wings, right? I guess we can do the head now. What if I also did this? Hold on. What if I was insane? And I, did something that the coordinates are not enabling me to do. 17. 15. 17. 15. Whoop. Just give the wings some extra flair there, you know? He looks so stupid. Another thing we could do is... Guess we could do the head. Boop, like this. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. And then we smooth, we make it smooth. And then we stagger it because we're gamers and we do cool things like staggering animations. Because that makes things look cool. Okay, I don't really like it that much. It just kind of looks the same because of how fast it's going. So what if I did this instead? And then I staggered it. By like that much. Boop. Boop. Okay, does that make the graph go all freaky? No, actually. What if we make the body rotate, kind of? Like 5 degrees, and then like 5 degrees that way. Boop. Smooth. Oh wait, it would have to be 10. My bad. Linear, this could be smooth. No, they're all gonna be smooth because we're gonna do this. Yeah, okay. Whoop. We're gonna do that. And then copy and paste. And that doesn't look terrible, does it? It does a little bit. I'm sure it'll be fine. Then we do the same thing with the face. We do the same thing with the face. Except we reverse it. Scratch it, reverse it, you know? Okay, that didn't exactly work how I intended it. Whoop. Then we're gonna put this here, and we're gonna go ahead and just kind of boop, 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 like that. What if we stagger it a little more? Like that. Linear. Whoop. Do I like that? I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like this. I definitely don't like that as much. What if I do this instead? I'm just experimenting with so much stuff. It happened again. You found another what? Another starter? Boop. Copy here, paste there. Bezier. I can make it work with Bezier, I know that. Copy. Whoop. There we go. Cyndaquil's middle stage. Is it a Hisuian one though? Or is it a normal Cyndaquil? Because if it's a Hisuian one, then that'll be way cooler. Looks normal. Oh well. Boop. And then we do this, and then we make this one smooth. Except we can make this one staggered like that. Linear, boom, boom. It's still starter you don't have yet. Fair enough. Here's what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna bring these up by like one, like that much. I'm gonna bring them back down. And we're just gonna do this. Boop. We're gonna stagger them. Everything in this animation will be staggered. No single thing will be spared from the staggering. I'm gonna do the same thing with the head. Whoop. Oh no, not like that though. Okay, like that. Like that, like this, this, and this. Boop. Nope. Boop. Like that. I'm being thorough with these today. I don't know why. And then I can just take the feet and do the same thing. Whoop. Actually. Boop. Boop. The feet can start up like that. And then they go down. There we go. Copy like that. And then like that. Like that. And one more. There we go. Okay, what's wrong with them? Did I mess something up horribly? Yes. I don't know how I managed. Copy that, paste there. Boop. I know something felt wrong about that. I don't know how I ended up where I did though. There we go. Check that out. I think the head needs to be brought a little further this way. Boop. Nope. Boop. Copy that. Paste that. Maybe not. That looks alright, I guess. Here it is in its normal form. And then all we need left is this piece. And this piece. And we just need to resize it. There we go. I think that works pretty well for a flying animation. On the ground, flying. Yeah. All right. What do you say we just do one more for today? We just do air fly and then we call it for today, you know? Dot air underscore fly loop. And to do air fly, it's going to be the exact same as air idle. I'm going to just copy and paste all of the stuff from here. And just lean them forward. So the body's rotation will be like that. And the head is going to be rotated 22.5 upward. Whoop. Like that. And maybe his body will be brought like a little bit forward. Like half a point forward. And we're gonna have to do this for every single point. Yay! You know what I forgot to do again? You'll never guess what I forgot to do again. Boop. I forgot to do the colored wings. Which shouldn't be too bad. I can just make them for one and then copy them to the other. So I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried at all about that, actually. Oops. And the feet are kind of going weird a little bit, so I might remove those. Or like that. Whoop. Maybe I lean the legs back a little more. What is that? 17. We'll do 17. 17. .5 here. And then we'll just kind of push them back 0.5. How about that? Oops. Right foot. Right leg. I don't know. Where is this? Right foot and left foot. Whoop. There we go. Flying normally. Flying forward. Again, it's basically the same thing, just slightly changed, you know? And then last but not least, we have to take these, wing right. Boop, boop. And kind of just do that. And then the same for the left wing. Like that. And then like that. And then we take all these, copy, paste them here. Okay. And now his wings light up. Look at that! Look at that! Alright. Chat, that is all we're gonna have time for today. We've been streaming for 4 hours. That's actually pretty good. Surprisingly, I'm still I could still keep going, but it feels like it's getting a little late, so I'm gonna have to call it here for now. But yeah, we got so much stuff done today. We got all like the texturing done. Look at that. That looks sick. The texturing turned out to be like way more straightforward than I thought it would be. I was like overcomplicating it in my head earlier. I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna have to make the arms of his wings like thicker than normal, which is gonna make it look weird, and then I'm gonna have to make the fabric, like his membranes of his wings. I'm gonna have to make those like separate textures, and I'm gonna have to make the lit up versions like like a separate like cube that's like hidden inside of his wing somehow that like resizes itself to like become lit up when he attacks, and it's like all this stuff, and it's like, wait, I could just hide the texture during his animations like I did with like, you know, how you know how Nest Street and stuff's got like wings when it's open, when it's flying, versus a different wing model when it's like on the ground. Like, I literally could just do that, and that's what I did for this guy, which is so much easier than what I originally had in mind. And I don't know why I didn't think of that first. Hi Marcio. Little bat. Yeah, he's a little bat. We made this guy today. And, apologies, because you kind of tuned in at a bad time, because we're just, like, just wrapping up right now. But you can see, we made this guy. He kind of, this is him when he's, like, all lit up, I guess. But yeah, we did that. We modeled him, we textured him. We made a few of his animations. We're not done with the animations yet, but we're getting there. We'll probably finish the animations up next week. Hopefully. If we finish this guy in 2 streams, I will be, like, actually amazed. I don't know. But yeah, we did a little bit of animating. What's his typing? His typing... Glad you asked. I don't know if I actually went over this. His typing is electric flying. Also, I feel bad. All my YouTube chatters are tuning in, and I'm, like, ending stream. He's an electric type bat. And that's why, hold on. If I, like, hide all this stuff. Whoop, whoop. And then I hide the wings. You can see, this is what he looks like when he's in his default form, right? But when he attacks, he, like, lights up like an equalizer with his, like, sound attacks, you know? And he can, like, boost it. He's kind of like Noibat, if Noibat was an electric type. I tried to, like, differentiate it as much as I could. I don't know how successful I was, but I feel like he's pretty unique in comparison to Noibat. And I honestly really like this model. I somehow managed to keep the model, like, super compact. Like, look how tiny it is in comparison to, like, a player, for example. Oop, there's me. He's, like, tiny. I'm not gonna have to change his size at all. I think this size works perfectly for him, you know? So if he's, like, flying around, he'd be that big. He could fit on your shoulder. Honestly, I could make this guy a shoulder mount in the future. Like, once I get around to making all his shoulder mounts, this guy could definitely be a shoulder mount. But, yeah. I'd say, hold on, I bet he looks super cool. Look, he matches my Minecraft skin, and I didn't even mean to. That's pretty cool. But, anyways. Whoop. That is gonna wrap it up for today's stream, unfortunately. I know people are, like, just tuning in. But, if you let me start that over. If you're on YouTube and you liked what you saw on stream today, consider liking and subscribing. That would help me out a lot. And if you're on Twitch, consider dropping a follow. That would also help me out immensely. And we're almost at 60 followers. I don't know what the next follower goal should be, like, in terms of numbers. I know what I want to do is, like, a follower goal, but I don't know what I should set that to yet. Let's see. If you want to watch back the VOD, it'll be available on my YouTube channel once stream ends. You can go check that out. And if you're curious about the Fakemon that I make and you want to learn more about them, I also have a short series on YouTube where I go into detail about each and every single one of them. Hopefully we'll finish up this guy, this little bat guy, next week so that I can post a short for him then. But yeah. I want to thank everybody who tuned in, whether they were lurking or chatting or on YouTube or on Twitch. It doesn't matter. You're all super cool people. And I hope to see you guys on Wednesday for Wednesday's stream. I believe Wednesday we're going to be learning how to code with Python. And maybe a little bit of art as well. So look forward to that. It's gonna be jank, it's gonna be scuffed. And I hope you guys are looking forward to that. Because that was our last follower goal. So look forward to Wednesday. But until then, I will see you guys then. Okay? Goodbye for now. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye.